Hi, welcome everyone. Whoever's there, I can't really see. Welcome to some reading sprints. So it's been a while. How's everyone? Both Femke, Kira, Esme's not
This
feeling
is
well.
like the first one this year for us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How's
this
been the
is we've gone.
first? Yeah, how's the first 2 months of the year?
I've been sick basically all the time. I've been close to burnout at work. I've been in that sense not doing great, but I'm good. I'm working on it. It's gonna be better. I don't want to be a downer, so we're all good. I can still laugh about it, but it's not been the best first 2 months of the year.
Well, burnout can make you feel sick too.
Yeah, it's probably I got like a bacterial infection, and then because I was just so like on the edge of burnout that my immune system just couldn't fight it off. So I just finished a round of antibiotics, which made me feel terrible, but they seem to have helped.
That's good.
Because like my coughing and colds and everything seem to have settled down, so that's good. But yeah, basically like every time I took one of the pills, I was just nauseous for like the next 8 to 10 hours.
Oh,
So, but I just finished it. I had the last one yesterday, so today's been great. I've honestly been
good.
snacking so much today because I need to catch up on snacks. But yeah.
If we live closer, we should. I would be like, we need to go out and like do a girls' night, like at a club or something like that.
Yeah.
Because seriously, like they say, burnout happens like when you don't do much outside of work because you don't have the energy to do stuff. But like as if you don't feel up to it. But like I think a girls' night would do us really well. We could actually schedule something for like everybody, like where we all drink wine like one day, like like where we don't have to do anything and we kind of just get drunk online and talk about books or whatever.
Nice. I think next
I have
reading.
wine. I need to work tomorrow, but I have wine. I don't care.
And we'll just make it a party, like, and everybody can come hang out with us or whatever.
Aww. That's a really nice idea. I like it for the next one as well when Esme's a bit better.
Yeah. We might have to schedule like that one, well, I mean, I don't care. Like I don't work on Sundays, so like I could do day drinking. I don't have anywhere to be, so whatever.
I don't work Sundays, so all good. Nice. How are you, Kira?
I'm doing pretty good. Trying to like read more books and stuff. So yeah.
Reading, what is that? Who is she?
Yeah. I still don't read as much as I used to. Like I'm not the 100-book girly a year anymore. Like I'm lucky if I get through like 50 books a year, but I'm still happy with that because like I feel like as long as I'm still reading something, I feel okay about that. Even if it's just manga. Like manga's like good for when I don't feel like reading a whole like book, like or investing like that much time. So I've been reading a lot of manga lately.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
How about you, Kira? Gabby. Wow. How about you, Gabby?
I'm good. What happened? I went to Poland in February, so I was there for like 3 weeks visiting my family. So that was really nice, but not that much reading was done, to be fair. And we got like sick because we moved to a new place. I'm in my new house, and that was super stressful because it was like just like 24 hours. We like moved, then we like moved, slept one night in the new place, and we went to Poland for 3 weeks. So I was very like, but yeah, January was good reading wise, 13 books, but then February was like 7, and now I'm like doing okay by enjoying it, but work's been very busy, so it's a lot.
To be fair, you read the Sarah J. Maas book in February, and that's like over 800 pages, so we just count that as 3 separate books.
Took me a while, that's true.
So that means you're already at like 9 books.
True. To be fair, the reason why I read less was because I was in Poland, so I wasn't commuting to work, which means like an hour of my day when I normally read audiobooks was gone. So I was like, wow, all this free time, like nice. Yeah, so I'm good. You were saying not been doing well, but did end up reading a lot. Well, hope you're okay.
How's your eye doing, Ava?
Reading is a place in England. Sorry. Oh, is there something? Oh, I thought I like a pirate.
I feel like probably this is a pun saying like I have not been doing well because of his eye. I feel like that's kind of Ewald's style. So if that was not the idea, I'm sorry for misinterpreting Ewald, but
fair enough. I was like like a pirate. Been doing.
Yeah. I've just been watching Pirates. Kira, how do you say like Caribbean? Is it like Caribbean or is it Caribbean?
I don't know. I guess it depends on who you ask and like what part of the United States you're from.
Okay.
Because I hear some people say Caribbean and I hear some people say Caribbean. So I don't know. Like I just think
So
it
it's not
depends.
just me. Okay. I just thought this was one of those weird things with me not being a native English speaker and getting confused about pronunciations, but it's kind of good to know that it's not just me.
Yeah.
Nice. Are you rewatching Pirates of the Caribbean or Caribbean? However.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been like, do you guys know like House of Anubis, like the children's series?
I've never watched it, but I've heard of it.
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, it was originally a Dutch series, but it has multiple different remakes. Like I know it has one in English. But you know, I've been rewatching that. And then I've started rewatching The Walking Dead. But I'm like at the exact same point I stopped at last time because I was just done with it. And I am again done with it, which is like halfway through season 3. So it's not that far, but I just kind of get tired of everyone, you know, getting eaten and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind the getting eaten part, but I mind the I'm, you know, finally attaching myself to a character and then they die part. So
it's like
and
Game
then I
of
just wanted
Thrones.
to watch something else, and I just ended up on Disney Plus, and I just ended up with Pirates.
I love Pirates of the Caribbean. It's like my favorite movies.
I know like the superhero stuff is getting like played out, but if you haven't seen WandaVision or Loki, like those are really
WandaVision.
I know.
I cried so hard.
Well, Loki's pretty intense too, just disclaimer, but I loved it.
Yeah, I mean, with the MC. Sorry?
Kira, have you seen season 2? Or...
Yeah, I've seen both of them, and like they're not going past season 2.
Yeah, I've only seen season 1. Sorry.
Yeah, I've only seen season 1 as well. Just about to say that.
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah. I'm just kind of with MCU as well. I'm just kind of done. You know, like after Endgame, I was like, this is the end. You know, it should have, for me, it should have ended there. And that's not to say I think WandaVision is great. I think Loki is great, but there's just so many new things and different things. And now we have another Avengers going on or something. I'm just like, nah, we should have stopped.
Yeah, so they're leading up to like to the next like Infinity War or whatever, because like I was looking at it long term, and I think they're trying to recreate the success of the Infinity War, you know?
They're not going to recreate it. No,
because look at like Madam Web. Like I haven't seen Madam Web, but everybody who said anything, even Dakota Johnson's like, I'm not doing superhero stuff again.
I was just about to say, like, even Dakota Johnson shut it down.
Yeah,
and she's in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, like of the things that like came after Endgame, I mean, I enjoyed Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but that's because Bucky is one of my favorite characters, period. I enjoyed WandaVision, Loki, I enjoyed Black Widow.
Yeah.
But you know, overall, I just think, you know, for me, it's done. I used to be the type, you know, every single movie that came out, I was in cinemas watching it. And that's just, I don't have that anymore. Just done.
You're all saying you should watch She-Hulk, which I watched a couple episodes, but I don't know. With the weekly release, I always just lose interest eventually.
Yeah.
I just find it kind of funny how usually, like, the series just used to be released weekly, like on TV, and you wouldn't even be able to watch it in your own time. You just had to be sat, you know, at the TV at, I don't know, 9 p.m. on a Tuesday to watch the next episode. Or you just be, you know, shit out of luck and just hope that sometime in the next year it would come on again. And now we just, you know, we don't watch it if it's released weekly.
Yeah, I think the only show where I was like excited every week was like Percy Jackson. Even though it wasn't like perfect, I still enjoyed it watching it every week. And like Wheel of Time, the second season, I was like, this is actually pretty good. I was like, I'm sad I'm watching it when it comes out. But usually it's like takes like there was this Korean drama I'm watching, and it has 2 new episodes every week, but it's like each one is hour long. So I'm like, I'm gonna make my way slowly through this. So yeah.
Yeah. I think the last series I actually watched weekly, because usually I just decide like, oh, I'm gonna watch this now, like 2 years after it came out. I think the last thing I actually watched weekly was Game of Thrones, and we all know how that ended. So
Well, those were the times when everyone's watching Game of Thrones and it was good.
I love how we just all collectively decided to just not talk about it anymore after season 8. Because it was everywhere. Like for the first, I don't know, first 7 seasons, it was everywhere. Memes and just everywhere. And now it's like Game of Thrones, who dat? We don't know him.
True. True.
What will you be doing today?
I have been reading this damn book for like 2 months.
Oh.
And I have this much left. So I'm going to be finishing that so I can be free.
How many pages is that? Because it looks pretty big.
It's quite big, actually. 599. So yeah, it's multimedia, but there's only some that are like special. The rest is just yeah.
I remember like that book being so big, like when it first came out. Like that book was huge when it first came out.
Honestly, I don't love it. Also, like the main character is the most judgmental person, and only towards women. It's like, oh, she's got mascara not on her eyes. What a bitch. I'm like, okay, calm down. It was like a lot of very 2000 things about it. I'm like, I'm reminded why I only read new books. But we'll see where it ends. We'll see. But yeah, I just want to be finished. And then I'm also reading The Warm Hands of Ghosts by Catherine Arden.
Oh, I've seen stuff for that. I really loved the Bear and the Nightingale.
Oh yes, me too. That's why I'm like quite excited. But I forgot that it's set during World War One. Which normally I don't read books set during that time, but I'm enjoying it so far. I'm 19% in.
Is it like fantasy or?
Not so far. So it's about this girl whose brother basically goes missing during World War One, and she I think she's gonna try to find him, but there's something weird going on. But I don't know what the weird thing is yet. It's not paranormal yet, but there were like ghosts, but we don't know.
So it's more paranormal than it is like actual.
Yeah, I would say if it's anything, it's probably just gonna be like slightly paranormal.
Yeah. Well, I feel like even like with The Bear and the Nightingale, because I read all that entire trilogy, she didn't really start picking up if she's following the same kind of story structure she did in that. She didn't like really pick up on the fantasy until towards the end of the first book. It's almost like she spent the whole first book world building. So if that's going to be a series, I'm like, she may pick up on that. Like, I mean, if she's formulaic, like, she has a pattern, she may do that again. I'm wondering.
I think it might be a standalone, but I wouldn't like swear by that. But at least on Goodreads, I don't think it has anything about another book. So maybe it might be, like kind of what you're saying, like at the end there'll be like something weird's going on, but maybe not the whole thing. Yeah. But it's really well written. I mean, Catherine Arden can write. And I was really interested. But I forgot totally that was set during World War. I was like, fuck's sake, I already bought it, so I'm gonna read this. But I like really don't like books set during the war. I think because Poland's so obsessed with the war, that's all our like entertainment media was when I was a child. Just everything was about the war. So I'm like, I don't touch that. I don't care to read that.
About World War I or II?
World War I and II. We just love the wars. Any war that we were a victim in, we love it. Because we can talk about.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So, as a collective psyche, I'm like, we're done. But yeah, so that's the 2 things I'm reading. What about you guys?
So I'm currently like reading One Dark Window by Rachel Gillig, and I'm about halfway through it. I'm enjoying it. It's just, like angsty YA romance, but not really a romance, because like they both technically like on the outside don't really like each other. They're just kind of pretending to have a thing, and you know where this is going because it always goes there. We all know what's going to happen,
Nice.
I have this. I have read The Killing Moon before, but like it was about 2 years ago, and I still have it like all tabbed, and I have notes. So I'm debating like whether or not I want to do a full reread or just like go back to my notes, because I have other stuff that I'm currently trying to read right now.
What else are you trying to read?
Well, I started the the fourth book in the Sun Eater series. And I'm up to, I think I'm not very far in it at all. Like I kind of like took a break and read a few other things, but like I'm not very far in it. But I still love this series so much. And they're getting like ready to come out like with the next book in April for the series. So that means I'll have this book, another book, and then that one. And then they should, if he's anything like with how consistent he is, they should have the last book out for the series next year, if they're consistent. So I love the Sun Eater series.
I know. It is I associate that series with you so much.
Yes.
I really want to read it. Cool. Yeah, I need to pick up Killing Moon. Maybe my library has it. If not, I'll just read it later. What about you, FMK? Is that what you're reading, or was that just near you?
Well, I specifically got it out of my library to put it near me, so I am reminded that I have to read it. I am currently watching the World Championship ice skating all round. We're on the last distance. We're doing the 10 kilometers for the men now. And we're in the second of 4 pairs, basically. So there's only 2 more after this, so that's going to be done soon. It's actually an American versus a Dutch person for the first place. So I don't think the Dutch one is going to win. I don't think he's going to win because the difference is too big. There's a small chance because the American is more of a sprinter, so he does better on the shorter distances. So he is set to lose quite a lot of time here, but I just think the difference is too big. But that's just my thoughts. We just got a Dutch 1, 2, 3 on the feet in the women, so. But yeah, I don't know. I have like 8 different books, I think, lying around me in various spots on like the sofa and everywhere. So I really have to read, but I've just not been reading. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. I should read The Killing Moon, but who knows what's going to happen because I don't.
That's fair. Sorry, I'm just. Jonathan Strange Mr. Null is a big book I want to read. Nice. Yeah. Are you reading it this time, just in general? Reading for Greek Godathon, only 2 prompts left. Nice. That's impressive. I've only done 2 prompts. How are you doing, FMK?
I'm on book 1.
Nice.
But yeah, I just I'm not doing very, very good as a team lead here. So yeah, it's okay.
Honestly. I have such an ambitious TBR for this month. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it as I go.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I am like 2 chapters into What the River Knows by Isabel Ibanez. Okay. It has like the "nya" on the end, so I'm like 2 chapters in, but it's about Egypt. So at this point, I think the book can do a lot of things wrong, and I will still like it because it's about Egypt.
Yeah, my friend read it and she really, really didn't like it, and I'm like, I'm scared for that reason. So let me know what you think.
Yeah, I mean, I read Isabel Ibanez's first book. What was it called? I think there's one like Woven in Starlight, but I'm not sure if that's the first one or if that's the second one of that duology. But I really enjoyed that one. It was more about South American, I think, like Peruvian mythology, something like that. I think it was like Incas, but I'm not entirely sure. But I remember liking that. So yeah, I'm hopeful so far, but again, I'm like only 2 chapters in, so
fair enough.
Who even knows at this point?
Yours got you on the team Hades, so you're good.
I mean, yeah. Team Hades probably had, last time I checked, it had the most members, so I mean, Hades can probably slack off a little bit, so it's probably going to be fine. I mean, I have my underlings to do my work for me, but I should probably set an example.
Well, also, we were meant to briefly talk about the last book in the Drowning Empire series. I will say I have not read it, but I know Femke, you probably didn't read it. But Kira, do you want to tell us what you thought and if you think it's worth us reading it?
This doesn't sound very promising.
It took me forever to get through that book. It took me forever. And it's not that I disliked it, but like I had neutral feelings about it. Every time, like it was like what we discussed before, like every time like they put in a romance, like or tried to implement like a romance, it felt like they weren't really going for context of emotion. It was almost like they had the romance for the sake of having romance, like not actually for the emotional connection you would hopefully get from the romance, like being present in a book. I feel like the battle scenes were okay. Like I think the battle scenes from the second book were a lot stronger than the one from the third book. And while like I said, I didn't hate it. I thought it was a decent ending to a book. It felt like it just didn't hit the climax like of what I'd hoped it would, because by the time you get to the end, there's no like big reveal. It's like they've already revealed everything, and I feel them having so many reveals, which, kept you motivated to read the books, in all fairness, especially during the second one and during the last one, there was a lot less reveals. I feel like there was maybe like one or two minor reveals, and it's kind of like you already saw them coming because of everything else that had been talked about, so I don't feel like the entire story was great or well plotted, just because some of those big reveals should be saved like for the towards like later on in the book. So
yeah,
that's fair. I think I'm probably never going to read it. I'm not going to lie. Although I think I bought it. So I'm like, maybe one day. I think overall it was just slightly disappointing as a series because, like you mentioned, like a lot of the things you just mentioned, we talked about for the previous books as well, right? Shame.
I feel like it's such a shame because I think a lot of things it did in book one, and if it would have expanded on that and had more intrigue in that sense and less battles, probably, I feel like for me it would have been better. Obviously, my opinions and such. But I guess the expectations that the first book set and then the direction it actually went in kind of diverge a lot, which disappoints me, I guess.
Yeah.
And I think that's, for me, one of the main reasons why I'm just not really excited to read it. I mean, it's kind of the same as Locklands. What's it called? I don't remember.
Foundry Side.
Foundry Side. Thank you, Kira. Like, the tone it set in the first one, and then the tone it continued with in the second one just vary a lot. And just didn't line up with my expectations or wants, I guess, from book two. And that's just then not something that I can reconcile in that sense.
Right.
So maybe at some point, going into it with the right expectations might change my mind. But for now, I'm just kind of too disappointed that the directions differ so much that I just cannot,
Yeah.
Well, let's hope The Killing Moon is much better and we'll all love it.
Well, I can tell you, like, when I read it a few years ago, I loved that book. It was so good. I never made it to the second one. So the second one will be new territory for me. But the first one I really enjoyed.
Nice. I'm really, really, really excited for that one. Like, it's going to be very good. I just need to get a copy, but we'll do that and read it. Should we start reading the first sprint and then we can catch up a bit more?
Yes.
Is 45 minutes okay, or shorter, longer?
45 is fine with me. Also, fun fact, I actually bought this one before I bought this one.
Did you know you were doing that, or was that on purpose?
No, not really. Back then, we had this kind of how do you call that, like a convention, I guess,
Hmm.
where books were sold very cheaply because they had like, you know, marks or something, or it was like a slight misprint, which means like the edges weren't aligned or something. And they were literally, you could buy books for like 2-3 euros there, so like really cheap. And they actually just had The Shadowed Sun, so I just bought that because it looked interesting, and I had no clue that it was book 2. I mean, to be fair, wait, where's my camera? There. It does have a 2 on it, so I could have known. And in the end, I did find out, but I actually did get it before the first one. Just a second, my mom's calling me again.
No worries. I'm gonna start the timer, and
Okay.
then I'll see you in 45.
That was a very unexpected commercial coming
I
in.
know. I was like, huh? I don't love that timer. We can do something else for the next one. How did you guys do?
Well, I finished watching speed skating.
Were you right?
Yeah, I was right. Yeah, the gap was just too big between the Dutchman and the American. So the American won, and the Dutch guy was second. And I
Oh,
mean,
I'm
he was
sorry.
pretty happy with that as well. He was like, "Yeah, I knew going into this that there was a really small chance I was going to win this, but he went for it, and like in the end, he could. I mean, we say like he was barely going forward, but he was still going 3 times as fast as I'm ever going to go. But he was really struggling at the end. But I mean, I think he did as well as he could. And to be fair, the American dude is on the next level, and he's only 19, so
Nice.
he's going to be here for the next 10 years or so, winning
Nice.
everything, I think.
Nice.
What about you, Kira? What'd you do?
I read 45 pages of The Dark Window.
Nice.
This is actually pretty good. Like, this was really popular for a while. Like, it's being talked about quite a bit. It's a duology, and I have the second book ready to go. So I don't know what I'm gonna feel like doing like as soon as I finish this, but it's pretty decent.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I read like 30-something, 40 pages.
Mm-hmm.
I still have this much left, but it's only
You're
like
so
another
close.
30, so.
You're so close. One more sprint and you'll be done.
That is
Like,
such
it's
a
so
thick book.
dense. Yeah, you can read much faster.
Mhm.
I don't know. It's like quite dense. But yeah, I'll be done with it today, so that makes me very happy. Hello, Hannon.
Hello.
Also, I'm going to start The Killing Moon after I finish Dead House Gates, which I've been listening to while baking. She sent me a photo of her baking, and now I really want to make brownies. So I'm like, maybe I should go buy ingredients and listen to my audiobook while I do that.
You could. You could.
I could, but first finish this.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Tufty.
Hello.
Been watching MotoGP over here. It's peeing down outside. I also have my book beside me. I hope to finish it today. Have 100 pages to go. Nice. What are you reading? Oh, there you go. My paperback book is The Color of Vengeance by Rob J. Hayes. It's an indie book with tons of spelling errors, which are very well annoying to read. I can appreciate that.
It
However.
sounds interesting, but it's a shame about the spelling errors.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard of it, but the title does sound vaguely familiar. Audiobook means don't know the pages, but same goes for when I read physical. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, I might mix it up to some baking, but it's also peeing it down here, and I don't want to go outside. It's very miserable. So
we have sun for the first time in like 4 months. We have some sun.
Kira's like, I have sun every day.
Yeah, it's Florida, so.
Yeah. To be fair, like, I think our winter has been particularly sunless this time. Because usually we do get like good winter days, where it's cold, but we do at least have, see the sun.
Yeah.
But it's just been so gray and everything this winter that, we had a couple good days earlier this week, but I wasn't allowed to go out in the sun because of the antibiotics I was on, which really sucked because I was like, there's finally sun. And now you're telling me I can't go out into the sun. Why?
Damn.
But yeah.
Winter has been wet, rainy, wet, raining, wet, and moist.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. I agree with you though. Like, I feel like there were a couple summers in London when I'm like, it's amazing. It's just like cold but sunny.
Mm-hmm.
But this year it's just rain.
Yeah,
rain.
I mean, I had like one day where I could skate. I like go ice skating outside on like, naturally formed ice, like not an actual, fake rink basically. And those like that was a good day. That one actually had sun. Like it was cold, but the weather was fine. But besides that, it's just been we just haven't had like good winter days.
Mhm.
Yeah, I feel it. When I went to Poland, I was like, yes, please, -20, which is very cold. Kira, I don't know how much that is in Fahrenheit, but it's cold. And it wasn't. It was like 0 degrees and one
I
day
think
of snow.
-20 Celsius, according to Google, is -4 degrees Fahrenheit.
Mm.
It's cold.
So
Yeah,
cold,
that's
pretty
But
cold.
it didn't
Mhm.
happen, so I was very sad.
Yeah.
But there was a snow on one day. I mean, I was there 3 weeks. It's so annoying because normally I go in December, and there's no snow, but then by February there's loads of snow. And this year I didn't go in December when there was snow,
Mhm.
but February there was no snow. I was like, great, awesome.
Why? Why?
Honestly. Tufty says, I get that books have errors, they always creep in, but I am often surprised they don't get fixed up in the manuscript for future printings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only audiobooked Rob J. Hayes' Pawn's Gambit. So they don't know about spelling errors, but did like the story.
Fair enough.
Last book of February TBR. Nice.
Mhm.
Everyone's doing great with their TBR. Snow. Let's play the Void game with Gabby. That's literally how it feels like. It's very upsetting.
Yeah.
But alas, can't control it. Yeah. Oh well. What are you guys doing after this? Do you have any plans?
As in during next sprint or after sprint?
Just like after sprints, next sprint. Oh yeah, what are you doing next sprint, Femke? Not that you're done with that.
I'm probably going to read. Probably going to continue with What the River Knows because I did sort
Nice.
of start that. Sort of.
Well, we'll look forward to your thoughts.
So yeah.
Are you
But
gonna
then,
keep
yeah,
reading?
after sprints, I'm not sure what time we're going to finish, but it's probably just going to be dinner and then bed.
Yeah, I was thinking that for us. I was like, maybe Kira has some exciting things.
Yeah.
I've been like watching This Is Us on Netflix because like I've been reading fantasy, so I usually like to balance myself out. Like if I'm reading fantasy, I like to watch contemporary. If I'm reading contemporary, I like to watch something fantasy. And that is a whole emotional roller coaster. Like This Is Us because it's very contemporary, like very hard hitting, like family issues and stuff. And I'm like watching this, like dang, like I've laughed and cried in this episode. Like why are you guys doing this to me?
I never watched that, but I did hear that it's like really good.
It's so good. And Mandy Moore, like, I mean, I remember growing up with her being like this huge pop icon, but she is so good in that. She really is. Like everybody is so good in that. And the story does jump around, like, and it takes like place like during like, separate like different portions of the timeline and everything. But man, it is so good. Oh my God, Toby is my absolute favorite. He's like this king of like romantic gestures and stuff, and he is just so cute. Like he's so sweet. I don't know. I'm just like all over it.
It's so funny you said to you Mandy Moore growing up was a pop icon because I just know her from Walk to the Remember, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Which was like my favorite movie growing up, which I'm like, what's wrong with me? That's such a sad movie. I mean, it's a good movie, but very sad. And I just know her from that, and then I always think of that. But obviously, she's like Rapunzel and stuff. She's been in many things, but she's an amazing voice. Like that scene where she sings, I'm always like, so good. You know how I said I have a friend who really hated it?
Yeah.
That friend was Hannon.
When I saw the comment, I was like, ha, must have been Hannon.
It was. I know a lot about that book because of that. Dafty's gonna finish this book today and next move on to first March TBR, The Light of All That Falls by James Islington.
That's the third book in that series. The Shadow of What Was Lost was the first one because I have it on my bookshelf. And that's actually one of the series that I'm trying to hurry up and get through Sun Eater because that's one of the series I wanted to read this year. He just came out he started a new series called The Will of the Many, but I am not touching that series until he's finished with it because everybody's just like, I can't wait till the second one. And the suspense will literally kill me if it's that good. So
I just looked it up and yeah, I remember. Weren't we talking about maybe reading it for
Yeah,
the
they're
readathon?
big books. I feel like we would have to do like 2 months for the last one because it's so big. It's just such a big book. And maybe have like a halfway point, like where we discuss like the first half of the book and then, like do like the second half of the book like the following month, because that's a chunker. Like that's a huge book.
Is the last one that much bigger than the first two? Because on the shelves, it doesn't seem that way.
I mean, it's big enough like to where I feel like we would like to not put pressure on ourselves. We would be good for, like doing that.
Yeah, but is it just the last one or is it the first two as well? Because like from my memory, I mean, I have them on my shelves as well, but in my mind, they're all basically pretty much the same size. Wait, I mean, they're big, but the last one doesn't seem that much bigger than the first two, which I guess could be wrong if they used like Bible pages or something.
Yeah.
So the first one is like 602 according to Goodreads. The second one is 752. And then it's 864. So yeah, it gets bigger every time.
I'm just going to get them because now I'm confused. Just a second.
Well, I remember us talking about this. I'll wait till she gets back and I'll probably repeat it. But the UK editions, I think, looked a little bit different than the US editions.
Yes, I think the one I recognize is like white with the red sun. But when I googled it, it did come out with different versions. Man, but I'm really craving that because I need to read the second book in the Realm of Readalong series, which you can maybe see over there. I'm like craving a high fantasy book. So.
But you also have the special editions, Femke. I have like the ones like the original hardback ones like that came out in the US, like with the orange spine, the blue spine, and the red spine. Because I actually found like the one like the Shadow of What Was Lost. I found like that the first two like in a second-hand store.
Oh, nice.
Like a long time ago, and I just got them because I'm just like I'm gonna want to read this at some point. But the US editions are like they look different, like as far as thickness.
Fair enough.
Maybe for the special, they like played around with the font size to make it all vaguely similar.
So yeah,
the last book is like Bible.
Yeah.
The thing I noticed though, because I think these are very big. I can literally just only hold one in my hands.
Yeah.
But the thing I noticed when I just grabbed them off the shelves is like these two, which is like 1 and 3, are basically, of equal thickness. But the third one is a lot heavier. So we're probably looking at Bible pages.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And yeah, the first one and the second one do look very similar as far as thickness goes, but the fourth one is noticeably thicker.
Well, I'm excited. Maybe Tufty has to tell us if it's good. Hanan will be cleaning next sprint, but then I get to eat my banana bread. It's like a reward. Nice. Like Kira, I too like to inject something different in between things. I like to squeeze in a sci-fi book between these two read-along picks, but there's just not enough spare time. I'm the same. That's why I love having like something different on my audiobook versus when I'm reading physically. So I'll read like a thriller on my audiobook, but like a dense fantasy on the thing, or like a romance here and sci-fi here. So it's like not the same, because I find that if I read listen and read two very similar books, I start getting confused. My brain's like, "Whoa, which one was which? Like, what's happening?" The Lycanus books are so intricate too, deeply plotted with references that thread out through all the books. That sounds amazing.
And that's honestly like why I'm going to reference the Sun Eater series again, because I literally am obsessed with that series. But that's like one of the reasons like why the Sun Eater series was such a breath of fresh air, is because it was so technical, but like in such a logically done way. And I crave that like now in books, like big time. So I know like I'm definitely getting more towards adult books, like rather than YA or even middle grade, because I'm like that for me. I feel if it doesn't have enough detail now, it's like it takes me out of the book. Like I have so many questions. It's like it takes me out of the book because I'm over here asking those questions in my head and not having them answered.
Yeah. I feel you totally. I've been craving way more, like, first of all, long series where I was like for a while, I was like just standalones. I can't take this. Now I'm like, give me like a 5 series book. I don't know when I'll read the 5 books, but that's why I've started Realm of the elderlings, mostly because Hannon bullied me into buying the first book, and then the second and the third before reading the first. So I was bullied into it, but I'm grateful because the first book was really good. So I want to like read them all. Okay. I might finish my book today and then I'll go on with a chunker for my next one. Nice. I'm getting my chunk on. Me too, but I don't want to. Wow, look at those page colors. They're very beautiful.
Those are beautiful editions, Femke.
Yeah, they're part of the Broken Binding subscription, which I have since cancelled, but they are very pretty. I also got the Dandelion set. I'll grab them. I'll grab them to show you.
Is that the one by Ken Liu?
Grace of Kings, yeah.
Yeah. I still got to buy like the second two. I have the first two in hardback, but like, you know, I like to collect hardbacks, so I need to buy the second two before like they're not available anymore in the US hardbacks.
I read that one with Hannon. Have you read it?
No.
I read Grace of Kings because we're doing a buddy read with Hannon, and it was honestly so good. Like it was amazing. Like you said, it was very intricate, very like thought through, and like it was really good.
So I've been craving like the 3 Body Problem because they just came out with a series on Netflix, and I'm like, I really want to watch this, but not before I read the book.
Oh my god, Femke, that was so beautiful.
Just wait. I will try to do this and not drop them.
That's beautiful.
So pretty.
I'm going to put them down because these are really heavy, but it's a really cool like image.
Yeah.
You are now on my Rob list. That is stunning. I want it.
Is it lined up properly?
My library weirdly has book 1, but none of the other books, so I have to like get the ebook, which is annoying.
I think I have this one on the wrong side. I think it wasn't lined up properly. Wait. No, that's not right either. It's supposed to... I think I have these out of order. Just a second.
No worries. Okay, Tufty said, His books have glossaries that are really, really useful as reference materials. So much to keep track of as the story spans thousands of years. Lore is so deep. I love that.
Yeah. Sun Eater series. Just sorry. Like that actually spans hundreds of years, not thousands, but
it really sell. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I was wondering how that went together.
I had them wrong. I'm sorry.
It's still very pretty.
It is
very pretty. Oh my god, are you really selling it, Kira? After I'm done with the realm of Elderlings and the Dandelion Dynasty, that's my next one.
Yeah, I'm just saying because like. Yeah, I'm just gonna be obsessed with this series like for the rest of my life because like I'm already ready to like drop like the 3rd book and just reread the first 3 because I do think that the first 3 are the strongest so far, but I haven't gotten to the end of the 4th book yet, so I'm not sure. But they always end it like really strong. That makes me like want to continue on like directly like next to the series. They always end it so strong.
Honestly, that's always Brandon Sanderson for me. His books always finish so good. I'm like, I don't care about anything that came before, even if it was slow. It just ends so good.
And that's another series I want to get to this year, the Skyward series by Brandon Sanderson. He just finished it towards the end of last year, and it's a 4-book series and 3 novellas. So I'm like dying to read that because I read the first one and I was hooked, and I'm just like, this is so sad that I don't have the rest of them. So I'm going to reread the first one and then go on to all the rest of them.
Which series is this? Sorry.
Skyward by Brandon Sanderson.
Oh, Skyward, yes. Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, it was so good. Doom Slug.
Yeah, I also love the sentient spaceship. I don't remember the name, but he was all about collecting those mushrooms.
Yeah.
I've only read Mistborn, the first trilogy from him, but I definitely want to read more because they were so good.
And he just came out with another secret project, and I'm like, dang it, he's robbing me. Like literally, he's robbing me.
Robbing also like space, like it is so many books.
Well, this is the thing is like, so there was a discussion like that Mistborn's going to have 4 eras in total, and I think the last era is going to end up being science fiction because he kind of like did like the second era he just finished last year, I think, as well. And that one was kind of like, it sounded like a Western sort of because it had guns and, guns had metal and all that. So, and then I feel like the next one's supposed to be like a little bit more like modern. And then I think the fourth one's going to be more science. My theory is that it's going to be more science fiction because it seems like he's showing you that in several different. Yeah.
It reminds me of the Avatar, you know, like how the
Mhm.
first one was like, and then the second one was like during the after the industrial era and that kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
the new one looks kind of like sci-fi. That's so cool. I didn't know he finished the second as Mistborn era because I was waiting kind of
Yeah.
for him to finish it so I could like read it. So maybe
Yeah,
now's the
same.
time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me just catch up here. There are some eyelash flattering romances in Lycanis, but there's also a couple that I do like when they meet up. Yes, Tufty liked a romance subplot. Shocker.
We won't tell
Hyman.
Tufty. It's okay. We won't tell anyone.
Yes, we won't make fun of you. Sorry, love me for bullying me into reading Elderlings. It is real of you. I did love it. Books and other nerd things. Their Elderlings books are just totally fabulous. I love them to bits. Such great characters.
Is that Robin Hobb?
Yes. So the first one's Assassin's Apprentice. So that's the only book I've read so far. But
I need to read those. I have like the illustrated ones I collected, like, you know, waiting, like, because I mean, those, anytime like I see a book that I want, I just go ahead and get it because I'm just like, I know it's not going to be available in hardback by the time I actually want to read it. So, which has led to me actually hoarding books. So,
well, on this point, Tafty says those Dandelion Disney books from TBB are very expensive secondhand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. They were very limited in numbers as well. I'm not sure which one I have. They have like a lettered set. Wait, where's the page? There it is. It was 300 numbered copies and 52 lettered copies.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So there's like 352 sets of these. So, and it was one of the first sets they produced. But I got confused with this one because if you look at this first book, it does not look that big, right?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like 450 pages. It is not. It is 622.
It's a thick boy.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is okay. I can read this. But then you have the second one. And I was like, I don't even dare look at how many pages this one is.
Holy shit, yeah.
Yeah.
It is 858, just for reference.
Yeah, I need to buy them. I think I'm gonna buy them like physically because we need to continue with our read along. But me and Hannon had a little break reading Twilight books, but now we're done with that. We're like, time to go back. Oh, okay. Sorry, already seen that one. I still need to get the Three Body Problem sequels. I haven't even read the first one, but I have heard really good things.
I heard it's a lot because like it's actually told from some of it's told from the aliens' point of view. So I feel like it's a lot. I heard it's a lot like to get into, but I've heard it like the payoff for it's like excellent.
I'm excited. Can we get Bookish Bunnies to whip out entire Broken Binding library?
I'm
those
not
books are
currently
heavy.
looking for a workout, so I don't think so. What I might be able to do is just like log in here on my iPad and bring you to my library and show you which ones I have. But I cannot unplug my laptop because it will die in like 3 minutes. So
I used to have a laptop like that. If it was not plugged in, that was game over. Queens have so many series to read along. So many. There are so many options.
Yeah, Rebecca Rowanhorse is finishing up hers this year.
Oh, yes, and I own the first one.
There was another series that I was discussing like with you guys like a while back. They just came out with a third book for that. I need to go dig those out and I'll show you guys which ones I mean. And as far as Tufty's point here about the Mistborn Era 3, like whether or not Brandon Sanderson will be alive, I asked the same thing about his Stormlight Archive, which is like why I'm so like I want to read that series so bad because like they're going like to the 5th book, which is supposed to be like the end. I believe somebody told me like of like the first portion of it, so I might start reading those because it's going to be the end of the first portion of it, as far as like the story arcs and stuff. And then he's going to be, and from what I know, he's supposed to be going on to a different story arc like in the last 5 because that book series is supposed to be like 10 books. He's only on the 5th one. He's releasing like that later this year, I think.
I mean, to be fair, he's only like what 40, 50? I don't really know.
Yeah.
And he produces like 10 books a year. So like there's a chance, you know.
Yeah.
Wait, Femke, let me add you.
Hi.
There we go.
And we have Femke the ghost here, and then we have Femke.
And we have Femke 2.0.
Okay.
New, better, improved.
Well, I'm not sure about improved. Can I turn my
What made
mic?
you?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Tafti asked, what made you cancel your subscription?
Honestly, it was partly the cost, and also because I have not read a single book that I've gotten from them. And I literally canceled everything. I also canceled my Goldsboro. I have nothing anymore. So, okay, let me start. I cannot turn my camera. I have Joe Abercrombie here. So these 6.
Yes.
Then I have, my books are a mess. Wait.
I see From Blood and Ash up there too.
Yeah, that's
From Blood and Ash.
Yeah, these this is the Fairy Loot ones. Wait. Well, we have the Lycanius ones there.
Uzumaki and Tomi.
Yes, I don't know where they are because I'm confused about my bookshelves at the moment, but they're
It was
somewhere.
right next to the Lucara series.
Ah, right.
I saw those. Yep.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. Well, we have Jade City. That's not broke. That was my Apple Pencil. This is not a very smooth experience. I'm sorry, but I have the
Scythe.
The Ninth Rain ones here. I have the Ember Blade and the Shadow Casket down there. Can you see? I have no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah.
What else? What else do I have? I have quite a lot of books. These are the Broken Binding ones as well. The Priory of the Orange Tree and Day of Fallen Night. Just trying to remember where everything came from.
I have the Illumicrate versions of those.
Yeah.
I love them.
Those are great too. I got the first chance to buy them from Broken Binding, so I went for that one. I have the Children of Time ones.
Oh yeah, I want to read those.
These.
Yeah.
What else?
I love that now we got the pen to be like a teacher telling us, you know.
I have the Bone Chips up there. I am trying to do this without dropping you guys, but
oh, nice house.
Yeah, that's
oh, you got all the inheritance games stuff.
Yes, that too.
You've got everything, man.
I have quite a few books here. Trying to just get them all in the shot. Wait, I have to turn that way. This is like most of my books.
Malice.
Yes, I have the Malice ones as well. I have.
Did you finish those? I can't remember.
I did. In the end, I did. It took a while, like a year longer than when we actually read them, but I did finish.
Better late than never. Whatever.
I have the Fairy Loot things of this.
Oh yeah, I have those.
What's it called?
Red Rising.
Red Rising. Thank you. Those are quite heavy.
Yeah, I bought the second two also because like I'm prepping to. I'm waiting to read the next, the next ones after the 3 books.
Yeah, I have read the first one. Yeah. I DNF'd the first one at first, and then I started rereading and I did finish it. I think I gave it 4 stars the second time around. But I haven't continued past that. What else? I have so many special editions and I don't remember where half of them came from. Oh, I do have I only have the second one here. The Desolation Called Peace.
Oh my god, that's so beautiful. Pretty. It's a memory called Empire. Is that the first one?
I have the first one on my stack here. Where is it? I just need. Oh, I also have the book that wouldn't burn.
Okay, yeah.
With the orange spray. I think that's Broken Binding.
Tafti says he also has the Children of Time set, one of the few.
The first one.
Few hardback limited editions.
Hardback limited edition, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the edges of those are great.
Sorry, I'm getting a call, but you guys keep talking.
Okay.
I'm gonna just put you down because this works better. The edges of these are great.
Yes, those are gorgeous.
There's
Those are beautiful.
Space set.
Yes.
But I think, yeah, so I have the Abercrombie books from Broken Binding, and I also have the one of the last ones I got was the Bitch Queen, Chronicles of the Bitch Queen or something.
Oh, okay. I think I know which one that is.
Veloso, but So for my books, my bookcases are arranged alphabetically, but I'm struggling to find stuff right now.
I mean, it happens. That's what happens when you have like a ton of books. My books like are everywhere because I don't have enough bookshelf space for everything.
Yeah. Okay, I got them. I found them. They were all the way in the corner over here. But these have the edges too. Oops.
Oh, those are beautiful.
What my bookshelf strategy thing is, alphabetically by author's last name, and then within the series grouped together, and then like oldest series first, basically. So what we have this. Can I turn my camera around? I don't think so. Can I turn? No. Okay, that didn't work. Sorry.
No worries.
Okay. Doing this again. So shows best here with my J. Kristoff shelf, basically. So we have Illumine and Nevernight, which were basically kind of published simultaneously, but the first book, Illumine, came out before the first book, Nevernight. So Illumine is first and then Nevernight, and then you have the same with Lifelike and Aurora Rising, so they came out mostly simultaneously. But Lifelike came out before Aurora Rising, so Lifelike is first, and then we have Aurora Rising. So that's like my strategy, except I don't have necessarily a ton of books by the same author.
Right.
So, but I think those were most of the ones I have from Broken Binding. I think.
Nice. How do you, because you also have a lot of books, Kira, how do you organize yours?
Some of them are on shelves, some of them are in stacks, and some of them are in clear totes. It's absolute chaos. I'm not even going to show you guys like the rest of this room because like there's like literally books stacked everywhere, and I do still have my book subscription boxes, which actually like I'm getting to a point like maybe I shouldn't have those anymore. I would actually like to switch because I've been like loving like the ones from the Broken Binding and Goldsboro and everything like that, and since I'm not doing as much YA anymore as I am adult, I feel like I need to switch.
That makes sense. How is it with having the bunny? Does it eat like, because if you have books on stacks, is it okay?
I'm still working through that because I'm gonna be picking up some more clear totes. To kind of do like that. Right now I have her like in her own like little area, and I'd like to incorporate her more into my area. But right now, she's kind of a risk for the books, and I mean, I wouldn't get mad at her because she's just too cute, but at the same time, I would be really upset. So I'm just trying like to eliminate that.
That's fair.
My last the last bunny I had, she destroyed a couple of my books, and I just kind of was like, all right, whatever. Like it's just part of your nature. So I was still sad about it, but like
it's not the bunny's fault.
Yeah, not much you can do. Like they like to chew on stuff. They're like toddlers with teeth. So I just don't want her getting like all that ink in her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I try to keep them away from that. But I'm going to be picking up some more clear totes. I'm trying like to continue like to. I actually unhauled. I was really proud of myself. I unhauled like a good almost like 200 books last year.
Oh, nice.
And I still have tons to go through. Like, cause I figure like every year, like I'll just have to go through it, like and narrow it down again and just be like, well, realistically, I'll be dead by the time I get around to reading these. So I just have to be like, what do I really want to read? Cause like there's new stuff coming out all the time that I want to read too. So I'm still accumulating, not like I used to, but I'm still kind of accumulating too. So I get sentimental over them, and I have a really hard time letting them go once I have them.
Same.
I think for me, the blessing is that we move like fair bit. So I only have one bookshelf and I know I can't really have more. It's already like a nightmare to move with them. So I'm like,
Yeah.
that's it. Like, if something's gonna go on, something's gonna come off. So we gotta be very good about
Yeah.
it. I've been so lucky recently, like getting lots of e-arts. So then I don't even feel the need to like buy it because I got it
Yeah.
anyway for free. So
But you know, like how people like those trophies like on their shelf, you know, like of all the things that they've demolished, like with their brains. I kind of have like that. I like to look at them and I'm like, I read that. Like, I'm really proud of like what I've gone through, like with my Empire of Silence series, because those are some thick books, especially the third one is the thickest one so far. And I'm looking at those like, I read those.
I did that.
Yeah. And it's like it's just like I just like to look at them. Like I'm just like, yeah.
I know. I mean, I would kill to have like a whole like library room like UFMK. One day, when we stop moving.
Yeah. It literally took like 4 trips by car just to move all the books, and that's not even counting the bookcases.
Jesus.
That was just the books.
Yeah. See, that's why I'm like, well, so we signed this new lease for 2 years, so I'll be here for 2 years, which is kind of nice. But otherwise, like I've been moving every year since like I was like 19, so I'm like, I can't do this.
So this is the first time I actually brought my books with me. Back when I used to study in Groningen, I didn't have the space for all the books. I just left them at my parents' place, and I just, I basically went to my parents every weekend. So I just brought a crate to bring all the books with me that I wanted to read.
That's nice.
But yeah, it's so like at my parents' place, the maximum of bookcases I had with 4. And that was pushing it. But this is like I currently have 6, and theoretically I could put more against the other wall. I have a small one there right now, with everything that is not fantasy and science fiction. So that is basically like 3 bookcases pushed into a tiny one, just all stacked and pushed in wherever. It's not very neat.
Well, thank you for the tour. We really appreciate it. It was really fun. And
It was a bit of a mess. Like, I'd be happy to bring you back when everything is properly organized, because there's just stacks everywhere now, but you're welcome.
We need to do like a party. Oop, wrong comment. We need to do a party because apparently everyone needs to reorganize their shelves. So we can go like do a live show or just party and reorganize shelves.
I can't get to my shelves. There's totes in front of them and more stacked books. So yeah.
Nice.
What was it? Yeah, I was I once had a stint where I reorganized my bookcases rainbow. It looked very pretty, but it was so stressful because I could not find anything.
Yeah.
I was like, I know I have this book. I know I have it, but where is it? Like, I think this book is yellow, but I'm not sure. So I just looked at the yellow one and I couldn't find it. And it turned out to be like, I don't know, black. So it was somewhere between all the black ones. So I was like, it looked very pretty, but it was too stressful for my slightly OCD brain.
That's fair. I try to keep it more or less like organized, but kind of it's just vibes. I have this one shelf that's just black stuff. I'm like, nice. But they're all kind of like, if an author has a black book, usually it's like some kind of gothic horror. All their books will be black, so it's like kind of fine. Oh, damn. Tafty's colorblind in several color ranges said they're not sorted by color.
I would honestly be interested to see what it would end up looking like.
Oh my god, that was so fun.
Just pure curiosity.
That's so interesting. I've never met anyone who's colorblind.
My dad's actually colorblind.
Really?
Yeah, I think he's only colorblind in one color range though. But he is colorblind.
Damn, I didn't know there were several ranges. I thought it was like if you're colorblind, you just can't see red, green, like a third one.
Yeah, there's different degrees as well. But it also depends, I believe, on like backgrounds and how that might contrast. So there is like different ranges.
That makes sense. All right. Do we want to read, like, do whatever we're doing? Oh no, we're all reading now. So do we want to read for a bit more? I want to finish this damn book so I can go buy ingredients for a brownie. That's
Yes.
what I'm doing.
Let's go read.
My fiance called and we were just like having a chat. I was like, "Are you here for dinner? I can." He's like, "Man, maybe. What are you making?" I'm like, "I don't know, but I'm thinking about making brownies." And he was like, "Brownies?" I was like, "Okay, I guess I'm doing brownies now."
Have you guys set a date?
Yes, August 23rd of August, 2025. So
Oh,
there's some time.
yeah. Did you
Yeah,
say yes with the dress yet?
no, not yet. I'm like, it's such a long time away, like a year and a half. I'm like, what if I like change size and stuff? But I'm gonna maybe in the summer when I'm in Poland, I'm gonna start having a look.
Yay.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Very common in blokes. Also blue, purple for me, orange, green blends together. Fair enough. Most of the books are mostly black or white, so that makes sense. When does your lease expire? Not at the same time.
I think he means your lease.
Mine?
Because you just said it was like 2 years, so
Yeah, we signed it for 2 years. So
You just
like
moved though recently, right?
we did. So we moved 1st of Feb. So
Mm-hmm.
1st of Feb, 2026.
6.
Yeah.
We're 4 now, so would be 6 in 2 years.
Yeah, that makes sense. So,
Usually if nothing weird happens, at least. So
exactly. If nothing weird happens, but you never know.
you never know. You
You
never know.
never know. Okay, let me put that at less weird timer. Okay, there we go.
I mean, I
Okay.
like the timer. It was just the sounds,
The
the
ending
music.
of it. I liked having the like the beeping because then you're like, okay, I know what I'm doing. Shannon, oh my god, August. Have I not told you this? That's so funny. I definitely did. Okay. But yeah, but 2025. Because if I had to like plan it for this August, I think I would lose all my hair.
Gives you
Okay.
plenty of time.
Sorry.
Yay, this is the timer I usually use.
It's a classic.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good luck, everyone. I'll see you in 45.
Yes.
See you. Hello.
Hello.
How did you do?
I read like another 45 pages, so that basically means like that I've been through a quarter of the book. I only have like another about 100 pages left.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Nice.
I might, depending on how this ends, I might just go into the sequel because I've been wanting to read the series for a while. So we'll see.
Yeah, what's the sequel called again?
I have it. I ended up I collected the fairy loot ones because I really liked them. Two Twisted Crowns.
Ah, right. Yes.
Yeah.
I thought One Dark Window was the first one.
Yeah, it is.
No, sorry. I thought it was the second one. But that's my
Okay.
mistake.
Yeah.
But I do know, like, these were the books I thought about, so that at least is good.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised because I didn't like the beginning because of like the angsty romance or whatever, but like now that I've kind of like acclimated more like to the book, it's not so like trite anymore. Like it's a little bit more because of the storyline itself is different. So I'm enjoying it more like the further in I am to it, but like the initial portion of it, like I just pretending to hate you kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. How did you do, Gabby?
I finished, which felt good, although I was like, I do not care about anything that happened. And then I went to the shop. But the shop near me, so I got no sales, you know, and nothing's on discount. And I'm like, that's weird. But I moved more closer to central London, so I guess that's just what it is. Everything's just expensive. But I got all the ingredients and I got a pizza for dinner, so I'm sorted.
Nice.
What about you, Femke? Sorry, I heard Kira's update. I don't know if I...
Yeah, Kira was the first update. I read some of What the River Knows. I'm just a little under 20% in. I reckon about like 15%. I do have the book, but it's in my library, so I haven't looked at like page numbers and anything. So far, it's fine. Outraged on how they treated women in that time, but you know, what else is new? Yeah, but I think the plot is just starting to get going now. So, I mean, so far it's fine. Like nothing stands out as like extremely positive or negative. Obviously, we're still, you know, in the introductory phase. So
fair enough.
No overtly positive or negative feelings so far.
Yeah, I think next sprint I'm gonna make the brownie and listen to. I'm listening to it's like the last book in the Ember and the Ashes series.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys see it? Did you see it?
That there's a new book?
She's getting ready to come out like with a new book in the same universe, and I'm like, I've been waiting for this. I love this series.
It was the kick in the butt I needed to finish this series because I loved every single book and just like somehow never like came around to reading the last one. And I was like, okay, it's gonna happen. Also, it was one of the prompts for Greek Godathon to finish is to pick up a book that you've been putting off for ages. And I'm like, I honestly like picked up the audiobook. I was like, I remember nothing. Such nada. But I kind of like my memories vaguely came back now. So yeah, so I think I'm gonna keep listening because it's really good already. And I'm only like 20%, 30% in.
Yeah.
But I'm so excited for the new In the World of. I mean, I don't even know how this finishes, but it's just the series is so good.
Yeah, I loved Ember in the Ashes. I have like my fairy loot editions, and then I have like my regular editions. I've got two sets, one to read, one to keep. So I'm like all about that series. I love it so much.
It's just so good. I listened to all of them, but all the audiobooks are so good. Like, yeah.
So I never finished that series.
You haven't read it?
No, I read the first 3 books, but I just never read the last one.
It was good.
Because it was so long, and then I was like, okay, I'm going to reread everything, and then, you know, read the last one, and I think I came like halfway to book 2, and then something happened, reading slump probably, and I was like, nah. So
I probably should have reread them all because I really don't remember much. But I was like, if that I'm gonna wait for that, and it's never gonna happen. So I was like, I'm just gonna plod along and see if I remember stuff. And I kind of do. Like they kind of like remind you kind of as well. So I was like,
yeah.
it's one of those. I'm like pretty sure it's gonna be a 5-star, if not 5, like a very high 4.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like never came around to it. So I'm finally doing it. Very happy.
Nice.
I've been wanting to reread that series so bad because I don't know, like I remember I read the first book when it originally came out, like very first time, but I'm just like, you know what, this is too good. I cannot continue with this until all the books are out. So then I reread this first book again. I felt like it was coming home, and then I read through like the next 3, and it was so
Nice. Love that for you. You should reread them once you're done with the Sun Eater series.
but I want to get to the James Islington series too, and it's like there's that series, and then there's another series, and it's like, what do I do? Like, there's just so many of them.
I
Like, I want to read The Murder Bot.
Ooh, I want to read that too. I read the first book, really liked it, but I was like, I don't remember much. But I realized that all the audiobooks are on script, like all the whole series. So I might just listen to it. I'm very
Yeah.
I actually, for Murderbot, I read the first 2, and I liked the second one better than I did the first one, even though I really liked the first one as well.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, reading slump, so I never continued past that.
Happens.
I'm just closing the curtains. I'm listening, but I'll be right back.
No worries. Those are nice and thin, though. At least there's that. I keep wanting to reread Pride and Prejudice or like Jane Austen stuff, but it does take me a second to get through it because obviously it's like the older language and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, oh, but there's so many other books I should be reading, but I really want to read it. And it's like,
I'm dying to read The Count of Monte Cristo, but that's a chunker.
So it's one of Hannah's favorite books, and she keeps telling me to read it, and I'm like, but it's so thick. It's like so big. And will I like it? Maybe, but maybe not. So it's just scary. Hewell said, my mood reader self kinda spells doom because I read random books and series are broken with other series or books. Yeah, I can't. I used to be like, I read the whole series in one go, sit down and read the whole thing. Now it's kind of hard because I get like, oh, maybe I could read something else.
That's why I started like the fourth Sun Eater book, and I took a break because I ended up reading My Roommate is a Vampire, and I read that like in a day. Like, it's been a long time since I've read a book in a day. And then I read that Wolf's book that was out like a couple years ago. I'm gonna have to pull up the name of it, but that was really good too. Like, and I read that in almost a whole day.
Nice. Yeah, I feel like I need like some breaks in between to like keep the momentum going. Otherwise, I get a little bored of the world. And you're like,
Once There Were Wolves.
I've never read that. Was it good? What you said it was good?
It's by the same author that wrote Migrations. And I didn't read that book, but she seems like she does like a lot like with ecological type stuff. Like, this is all about them trying to reintroduce wolves into the Scotland forest because they were hunted to the point of extinction, because they're hoping that by getting rid of some of the herbivores, like that they'll be able to increase the variety of the trees and the wildlife as far as like the plants go. So that's kind of like a background, like that's kind of like the bulk of the story, but like it's also like a murder mystery like within a story as well. So it was actually really well done, and it was only like 250 pages, and I blew right through it. It was actually really good. And
very fun.
There was like interesting, like they do touch like on like abusive trauma because she has a twin sister and stuff like that. Like there was so many things like laced into this, and for 250 pages, like it covered a lot. But it was really well done.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, it was good. It makes me like want to go out and get Migrations because I've heard that one's pretty good too. But I've been wanting to read that one, but now I'm more inspired to read it after reading Once There Were Wolves.
I've never read either, but both sound really good.
Yeah. And if it follows like the patterns, if Once There Were Wolves follows the same like patterns of migration, I'm sure like she's probably going to be covering like another ecological type thing, like probably like in the background of her story.
That sounds so like
Mhm.
interesting. You need to check it out. I
Yeah.
love the kinds of stories where it's like either ecological or something's happening like on a bigger scale. Or like, I really
Yeah.
like it. I'm just checking the offer out.
Mhm.
First, when you said migration, I was like the animated movie from Dreamlood.
No, but I want to see that. It looks so cute.
It does. It does look really cute.
Yeah.
I've been in the mood for some like nice, easy movie to go see.
Mhm.
I was like, oh, maybe I'll go see the Kung Fu Panda 4, but it's not out till like later in the month.
Yeah.
I've been seeing clips of migration on TikTok, and I've been wondering where it came from, and it looks so cute.
Mhm.
And the only thing I've seen of Kung Fu Panda 4 is that like Jack Black released a cover of "Hit Me Baby One More Time" by Britney Spears.
I haven't listened, but I heard that happened. Was it good?
I mean, I like it, but it's not a very extremely like adventurous cover or anything.
Mhm.
You know, it's just him singing it, and it's maybe just a slightly more rock version than the original is.
Hmm.
But like it's not super weird or anything. It's pretty
Yeah.
mainstream in that sense. But I mean, I love it. I just love Jack Black in
Mhm.
general.
Didn't he also release one for like the Princess Peach for the Mario, or was that someone else?
He played. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
He played Bowser in. He did the voice of Bowser in Mario, and so he sang Bowser's song, his solo.
Gosh, yeah. That sounds very funny. Jack Black is amazing.
Yeah.
That, like, for some reason, like the movie that I associate him with the most is The Holiday.
Mhm.
The Holiday movie where
For
he.
me, it's mostly Jumanji.
Oh yeah, that's a good one too.
Oh, the newer ones. Yeah.
Yeah. The one with Dwayne Johnson and Karen Gillan, I think,
Mhm.
and Jack Black and Kevin Hart. Is that Kevin Hart?
Surprisingly, very funny movie. I was like
I
pleasant.
really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
It was just the right amount of like ridiculousness, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Like it's kind of over the top, but because you know it's like a game, so you just like accept it basically. Yeah, I really enjoyed them.
Nice. Are these titles of Jack Black movies? I don't know that much about it.
I think Tenacious D is like his band that he has with
Ah.
the gray dude. They're like I think them together is Tenacious D.
Mhm.
But I'm not sure what Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny is.
I thought there was a movie.
Potentially.
I don't know. You all do have to tell us what it is.
Maybe Google knows. Tenacious D and it's a movie from 2006.
Okay.
Okay, I think my library does not have The Killing Moon, which I'm very sad about.
Mm.
Yeah, it's actually pretty difficult to get. I think.
Yeah, I thought it'd be like not that hard, but I guess I'm gonna have to get the ebook. Oh well.
Yeah. I also think it's just not sold that much, like not on Amazon or anything anymore.
No.
I mean, not as like a physical book. Okay. It is on Amazon, but it has like a delivery. It's like it's usually shipped between 3 to 7 months, is what it says, which
What?
is kind of a wide like a wide window. That's not very narrow at all.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, I can get the Kindle for like $5.49, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, the paperback. I guess because you're. Oh no! Even for UK, it's 3 to 7 months. The hell?
Yeah, it's I looked on different Amazons. I just checked the German one. I checked the Dutch one. It's a long time.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'm not gonna keep it against the library then. It's my new library, so I've not really used it. Sorry, Kira. What were you gonna say?
I'm just excited to finish it because, like, I was trying to finish it like several years back, like when I first read the first one. But I'm excited to finish it because the first book was so good.
I tried reading the first book like two years ago or something, and I couldn't get into it then. I don't know. I was so confused about what was going on. But to be fair, I had the same with the 5th season. So guessing
I loved first 5th season, but it was definitely confusing for a lot of the book.
Yeah, the first time I read The Killing Moon, I actually took notes because I was a little bit confused myself. That way, if something like was kind of messing me up, like I went back and I just like read through my notes. I was like, oh yeah, okay, that was that person in this setting and all that. Because like some of it like really threw me off, so I had to take notes like for like the first like 100 pages or so, like to like kind of ground myself like into it to remember the details.
Right.
Well, I'm excited. Do you guys know when you want to do the live show for it?
Well, 31st is Easter for us.
Yes, so it's probably not ideal because people will want to spend time with their family.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm off on the 31st. I don't really do Easter, so.
Let me have a look.
But maybe just push it to 7th of April.
That's fine with me.
I think that would work.
Yeah.
Okay, you heard it first here. We need to check with Esme, but if she's good with that, that's nice. That leaves me some time because I was like sweating if I have to read it next 2 weeks.
Yeah, so then we might be able to do like sprints for the next one on like 21st of April, and then maybe do a live show on 5th of May.
That's good. I might not be able to do sprints because I'm flying. I have a flight that day, but I'm always happy for you guys to do that, and then I can join for the live show. We can see how.
Yeah, we'll discuss. We'll see.
Yeah.
5th of May is like Liberation Day here, but
where are you liberated from?
World War II.
Oh, okay.
May 4th is like Remembrance Day, where we remember, well, not just World War II, but like every fallen soldier, in any war. And then the 5th is the official celebration that we were liberated from German occupation.
Nice.
Except it's only an official holiday once every 5 years.
Okay.
And the other, it's sometimes you get off if you have like a good job, basically, if they grant you that. But it's on a Sunday, so it's not really. But sometimes there's festivals and stuff.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Well, not even something usually.
It's your birthday.
Nice.
So you can celebrate your birthday with us. I think it's a long weekend in the UK actually, but I don't have any plans, so all good. That would be lovely. All weekend to read.
Yeah.
Are you guys up for another sprint?
I'm off all evening, so I could go for
amazing
more sprints.
All right,
I've got about 100 pages left.
2 more sprints. You can do it.
Yeah.
2 more sprints.
Nice. Super. I have no plans either, so I'm happy to go as long as you want to go. Cool. All right. Let me pull the thing up.
I'm gonna go grab a cookie because I'm craving chocolate and sweet.
I snacked too much and now I'm not really hungry for dinner, but I don't really feel like cooking anyway, so I might just, order a pizza and just eat like half of it and then eat the rest tomorrow for dinner.
I miss pizza.
My plan. Are you not eating gluten or something?
I can't eat gluten. I can't eat wheat because I have allergies to them, kind of.
That sucks.
And I can't do cow dairy. I can do goat dairy. I can't do cow dairy. So that kind of like eliminates pizza for me in a lot of different ways. So, but I did find flour like that I can use. It's just not very sticky. Like it doesn't stick together very well.
Is it almond flour?
No, I can't do tree nuts either. Yeah, it's like this. It's got like potato starch and like fava bean flour and like red rice flour. It's got kind of a combination of like gluten-free, wheat-free, dairy-free, soy-free flours. So, but
Nice.
it's cookies. It's like my treat. So
Enjoy your cookies.
Enjoy it. You deserve it.
they
That's
actually taste. I mean, I don't. I mean, it's been years since I've had anything with that stuff in it, but like I don't really notice the difference anymore. So
Nice.
yeah.
Well,
enjoy it. I'll see you in 45.
Okay.
yeah.
Hello.
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 How did you guys do?
I read some more of What the River Knows. I'm still liking it so far.
Nice. Kira?
I am up to page 344, so I read about maybe another 45 pages.
Nice. You're
Nice.
making fast progress.
Yes. I have very little left to go, and this is a really good scene.
Oh my god, okay, we can make this quick.
I'm like, this is like kind of like truth stuff, and I'm like, ugh.
I love that.
How did you do, Gabby?
I read like 7% of A Sky Beyond the Storm, so I'm now 38% in. I'm realizing how long this book is because I've been listening 45 minutes times to speed, and it's only 7%. But yeah, it's really good. And I started the brownie. Realized I thought I had sugar at home, but I don't, and I'm weighing how bad would it be if I just didn't put sugar in. Because I'm lazy, I don't want to go to the shop again.
I feel like it might be a bit intense if you don't put sugar in.
Yeah, I didn't have enough dark chocolate, so I put more milk chocolate in. So I'm like, okay, so it'll be sweeter because of that. But I don't know about the consistency. So
Can your boyfriend stop on the way back to get you sugar?
he could, but he's not back for another hour.
Okay.
So I'm like, it's quicker for me to just go get it. So I might just go get it.
Just go get it. Then you'll have your brownies.
The things we do for love, which is my love brownie. But yeah, the book is good, but only 7%. Alrighty, I've watched my MotoGP race and got back to my book. About 55 pages remaining to conquer tonight. Amazing. I thought I was going to smash my way through the book today, but watching too much TV has gotten in the way again. What type of sugar? I have about 4 types of sugar in the cupboard. Castor sugar, but I have literally not even like no sugar because we moved, so we like got rid of like the last little bits of stuff we had. I only moved with stuff that was like filled. So yeah, I was like scoured the whole kitchen. I was like, surely there's at least some kind of sugar, even if it's not the right kind of sugar. But no, there isn't any. So sometimes, oh well, I'll go buy some. Do you guys want to jump in so Kira can catch up on her thing?
Yeah, it's good works for me. I'm also interested in continuing reading, so
Okay, all of you are telling me to go get the sugar. So
we put a poll up and we're all telling you to go get sugar, so
we just want to see you live out your love affair of brownies.
Yeah.
Live.
It would be so sad if they sucked. After all this I went through. So yeah, I'm gonna go grab a sugar. To be fair, like baking is a science, so I shouldn't mess with it too much. I feel like I already messed with the proportions slightly because I didn't have enough. I had like half the dark chocolate I needed. So I was like, put the milk chocolate in. Because the only like dark chocolate they had was so expensive. I was like, I'm not buying 2 of these. Spending £5 of chocolate and just one type of chocolate. Don't cook the brownies too. They got Tufty full of advice. Okay, I will put the timer on. I will finish doing the brownies, and you guys can see what happens. Okay, what am I
doing? What am I doing? That's the question I always ask myself.
Yep.
What am I doing?
I swear to God. Okay. What is my computer doing? Okay. See you in 45.
See ya.
Hello.
Hello.
There we go. How'd you do?
I finished it.
Yes! Great job. I love finishing books during reading sprints. I feel like. So, what do you think you're gonna rate it?
Oh, I don't know. Like that was I mean, I feel like it got to us off to a slow start, but like that ending was like a freight train, and I'm like, yeah. So
I love that.
Yeah, I'm probably moving on to the next book after this because like I have to know what's gonna happen next. So.
Amazing. I love how when we started the live show, we were like, I'm done with YA. Then now you're like, yes.
But I think this is considered new adult because like there was a sex scene in it, but like it wasn't like a heavy sex scene, but like it had like enough description, so it kind of makes me like wonder if it's like borderline.
Also, now that you showed the cover, I feel like I've seen that before. Like,
oh yeah, it's been like all over the place. Like
Nice.
TikTok, like everywhere, but like it's been all over the place, and like I mean like it's a duology, so I'm like, well, I might as well sit down and read this one. So
nice.
I feel like it was also featured in like Fairy Loot or Illumicrate, right?
It was. Yeah, I ended up collecting like the Fairy Loot ones because like sprayed edges and stuff. And
cool. So you have book 2?
Yeah, I already have it. So yeah.
Nice. Wow, that looks so good.
Yeah.
I love that.
So I have the second one, and I'll probably be reading that one next because I need to know what happens.
Yeah. Tough to I hope that answers your question.
It depends. Like sometimes like I'll binge read a book and then, you know, like a book series, and sometimes I won't. Sometimes I need a break. It depends, you know, but like this is why I don't like to read in complete series because I like having the option to continue on, like if I'm really like wanting to. So
that looks good.
Yeah.
Reminds me a little of that Rinchu Pecco Bone Witch, something like that. Like the colors.
But like I read some of that, and it's like this is like a lot less whimsical, I guess.
Oh yeah. I meant like more the cover than the vibe of it. But cool. Yeah. I find that with like romance books, I don't mind just like continuing on because it always ends on a cliffhanger, and you're always like, will they be together? I mean, of course they will, but that's not the point. Whereas if it's like a dance thing, I'm like, I need a break. My brain's breaking.
The only thing that I hate is like they gave me like the signature like on one of those like little cards, and there's not a good place to put this. So yeah.
That sucks.
Is it like on a white background, or is it see-through?
I mean, it's I think it's white. Yeah, it's white. And yeah, they don't like really have a page for that in here. So I guess they're just gonna have to keep it as is.
Fair.
Yeah.
Where does the time go? Another 45 minutes. I barely made a dent in my book. Still have 66 pages remaining. But I should still win this night. Yeah, I could definitely do that by the end of the day.
It's 7:45 for you, right?
Plenty of time.
Yeah, no, but I was because it's 7:45.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, for us, yeah, it is like 17 to 8, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it the author Rachel Gillig?
Yes. Yep.
Nice. What about you, Femke? Have you read? What did you do?
I read about 60 pages, and I just want to continue.
Nice.
I'm obsessed.
I love hearing that.
I honestly didn't expect anything else. I'm on page 160 now.
Nice.
I love the banter. It's great.
Kira, did I see the book was One Dark Window?
Yes.
There you go.
It's got an interesting premise.
What is it about?
So basically it is about so there was a sickness like that kind of spread through the entire community, and it turns your veins black because it makes you magical. And so they don't want people to be magical because like they're, you know, like worried about, you know, like things happening. And so they end up killing people that went through the fever and like had the fever because they tend to be magical regardless of anything. And each person has their own special abilities.
The premise is exactly like Powerless. You know, there was
Yeah.
like a very famous YA TikTok book thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking that too because I read some like the first few chapters of that, but
Mhm.
I didn't finish it. I want to finish that one at some point, but this is nice because like it's got like it's almost like a gothic romance a little bit too in there. So
Love a gothic romance. Apparently Tafty also owns that book, which I'm surprised because it's a new adult romancy thing, and you don't read romancy things, so that's why. No way. Got it as a recommendation via BookTube.
yep.
Nice.
I mean, I know Sari, who is Wow I Read on Twitter. She also really liked that book. So
Does it read younger?
It feels like it's borderline young adult and new adult. It just feels like that. And it started out feeling solely like YA at the very beginning, like the first like half of the book, and then the second half of the book is what I read pretty much today, and I just kind of like the further I got into it, the more I didn't want to put it down. So
Nice.
yeah.
Cool. I just read like 10% of the book. It's very good, as expected. So I'm now 47% in.
Nice.
You might finish in the next sprint, but that reminds me to take my night eye drops. And look at us, all finishing books. Borderline YA new adult is still a wee tad too young for me. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I was kind of questioning my life choices like halfway through the book, and then I'm like, I'm good.
Just needed some rumination time. I appreciate that.
yeah. I'm also confused about like the age group on this one, like what the river knows, because it was in I think YA Fairy Loot. But the characters are like, I think she is 19 and he's early 20s.
Okay.
So I'm like, at this point, like nothing's happening. You know, there's some mild tension, but I mean, we're in like late 1800s, so we're also, you know, very much about propriety and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure. But what's the imprint on this? I think it's YA because it's Hudderscape, and usually if it's like published by Hodder and Stoughton, it says Hodder and Stoughton if it's adult.
It came in my YA Fairy Loot box, so
Yeah,
I'm pretty
right.
sure it's YA. And Owl Crate also featured it in their YA box.
Yeah, I thought so, but I mean that's fine.
Yeah. I wanted to read that one because they said like if you like The Mummy, that's a good.
Oh,
book.
he reads like the main male character here very much reads as like a young Rick. Like I feel like Rick in the movie is like 30s,
Yeah.
and this one is like early 20s. So I feel like this is very much like a young Rick. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Brendan Fraser at his prime.
Man, I love
Yeah.
You BookTube folks are strong influencers that have put stuff into my library TBR that I wouldn't normally be anywhere near. And I recall we discovered a few surprise items in the past sprints. A lot of questioning life choices, actual proper lol. Honestly, that was me reading that night film book, but not in a good way. Well, I guess yours wasn't in a good way, but it ended happily. So it's good.
makes me because like I've had that book on my shelf for a long time because like I bought it secondhand off Amazon and it was a signed copy and it was hardback and I bought it like years ago and I'm like, oh, I'll get to this eventually, so like when it's one of those books, but like now like that you're saying something, I'm like, do I still want to even keep this?
I feel like there's so many other better thriller books, honestly. So there was like a bit of it that I was really into, but as a whole, no. Also, I took way too long because I didn't take it with me to Poland. So there was like a 3-week break. So I think that just made me lose all caring or interest. And I just feel like it was too long. Like I know I see what it was going for, like a nesting doll type of ending, but I was like, I'm done now. Like, just tell me the answer. I don't care. But well, I mean, I like multimedia books, so I enjoyed that. But I feel like it was very sparse. So
Yeah.
I wish it was more of that, because then I feel like I would enjoy it more.
Yeah, I feel for me like the only proper like mixed media book I read is Illuminae. Or like the Illuminae files, because I read all 3 plus like the prequel thingy. And I really like that, but that was like proper mixed media.
Yeah. No, this one was nothing like it. It was just like every 20 chapters there'll be 2 pages of a news article kind of thing. So I love it when it's like Illuminae. Like Illuminae was done so well.
Yeah. That was so good.
I only read
I
the
also
first
heard
one.
like I think it's called Sleeping Giants, is something like that.
Yeah, it is.
Did you read it physically, Kira? Or?
I read the first book. I almost unhauled it because it didn't like hit. I had just read Illuminae not too long before that. And I was just like, I'm gonna try this. It is so less. It's much less mixed media. Like it's still mixed media, but like not as well done, I guess, as Illuminae, in my opinion. But I ended up collecting the second 2 books because the Bearer hardback is so beautiful, like that. I was just like, I'll just read it, and if nothing else, I have pretty books, so yeah.
Yeah, I listened to the audiobook. So I really love the audiobook but you can't see how mixed media it really is. But obviously, like, has the log files and stuff like that. And I read the whole trilogy, which isn't usual for me. And book 2 was also amazing. Book 3 was slightly less amazing, but I really love book 1 as well. So.
Yeah. Well, they're easy to read. Like they're short. They're about, I think, like around 300 pages each. So really quick and easy. But I still think Illuminae did it better as far as mixed media goes. The premise for Sleeping Giants is very interesting, but I still think Illuminae did it better, because the second one in that series was my favorite because of the twist.
As in Illuminae?
Yeah, the second one in the series. I think it was Gemina, maybe Gemina. I don't know.
Yeah. Illuminae, Gemina, and Obsidio.
Yeah.
Sorry to have stopped listening, but
brownies.
I mean, it's obviously you're distracted in a good way, so nobody's upset.
Oh, good. I actually, funnily enough, I enjoyed Sleeping Giants more than Illuminae, but I agree. I've not seen the physical version of Sleeping Giants, but I agree that Illuminae did like such a good job at the mixed media element of it. But like Sleeping Giants, I really liked. But yeah, again, the book 3 was slightly not as good, I think, because it's just like the ideas. For me, it's always the ideas are so interesting, but sometimes the answers are not. So it's like the questions got me.
I kind of had that with like Children of Time as well. Like it's how do I explain? Like in its ideas, it's a really good book, but for me, it just kind of took a little bit too long to properly develop, I guess, and because of that, it just felt a little bit too repetitive. Like, I'm not trying to spoil anything, so but stuff happens that needs a lot of time to happen. And like, I get that, but I guess overall it just felt too repetitive, which made it kind of boring. And then by the time you get to the actual main events, basically, I just feel like too much time has kind of passed. And because it is like a 600-page book, something like that, for me, it was just a tad too long. But I thought it was a really interesting premise.
Yeah.
So I would definitely recommend it. But for me personally, it just took just a bit too long.
Ooh, we've got contrary opinions. Children of Time is one of my absolute favorites. Total banger. This why I invested in the Broken Binding special editions despite being a paperback boy. I want to read it, but I've never did. So
well, like I thought the ideas were really interesting and also innovative, because I would never have looked at things this way, basically. Again, trying not to spoil, trying to be as vague as possible. But yeah, like I said, for me, it was just a bit too long.
That's fair. Okay, let me just pull up the things. By the time I get to the one dark window, I will have completely forgotten the sprint session. I too will get to this eventually. I managed to finish 2 books in February, staying a third, which I finished first week of March. There's next to no chance I will read most of the books that's on my shelves before I die. What, how morbid. Sleeping Giants. I would recommend reading that. Also have Illuminate. There's this booktuber who likes lots of other nerd things that go in the Nice. I actually never read the sequel.
The thing I love most about Illuminate is just all the Easter eggs that are in it.
For like other stuff, or?
Yeah, Jay Kristoff is a huge nerd, and if you look at all the lists of people who died, basically there's tons of authors who have their lists in there. All the binary code that's on the various pages usually translates to like lyrics of some of his favorite bands or dates or something like that. Like back when they first came out, it was like a whole thing. I think it was on Instagram, and he was like, "Yep, you found another one." You know, it would highlight it. It was so much fun. I think at one point there's a list that has like Laini Taylor listed in it as deceased, and Sabaa Tahir, and lots and lots of different authors, and I love that.
Nice. I did not even clock like half of that, but sounds really fun.
Oh, I didn't find anything out myself. Like I saw the authors basically like in the name lists. But like with the binary code and all that kind of stuff, like other people found that out. But I just really like that he did that. And I'm not surprised that he did that. Let's put it that way.
That's really fun. I am very proud of this fact that Tafti has 7 books physically sat on his shelf because of me. And these are The Actual Star, amazing. The Holda, amazing. Illuminate, amazing. The Sword of Kagen, amazing. Malice, She Who Became the Sun, and The Poppy War.
Is the Actual Star, is that the one by like Monica Byrne?
Yeah, it's bad
like
shit.
Aztec?
Yeah, so it's kind of like
it has like multiple timelines, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like the Cloud Atlas. So it's set in 3 timelines. 1012, 2012, and 2012. Does that mean? No, 3012, I think. So it's like every 1,000 years. So one is in like the Aztec time, one is like almost contemporary, one is like in the future. It's kind of batshit crazy. If you feel very strongly, and not that I don't, but if you feel very strongly against incest, then but like if you ignore that, it's amazing, and it's really like.
But is it like romanticized incest, as in we are meant to support it?
No, not really. It's like it's not romance or anything, but like it's just there is a romance in it, but it's obviously it's not like a romance. It's like just so weird, mind bendy, timey-wimey, weird stuff.
Okay.
So I don't want to spoil anything, but like that's why. So it's not like incest that's like, yeah, this is the best thing ever, but more like weird things happen.
Okay. Yeah, no. I mean, this is like incest is not something that's going to immediately make me turn away from a book, but if it is, if it's like, if we're meant to ship it,
No. Yeah, I totally agree. I'm like, if it was like that, I'd be like, no, thank you. But it's more like,
I mean, if it serves a plot, I guess, then it's not like an immediate no for me.
I would recommend never reading Credence by Penelope Douglas.
I think I only read one.
I want to look it up, but now you've made me curious, so.
All right. Well, I mean, I warned you, so my conscience is clear.
But this is like me with horror movies. Like, I know I shouldn't watch it. Because I will not sleep for the next 2 weeks at least, and have some horrible phobia to thank for it. But then, it gets me curious, and I watch it, and then all of the aforementioned happens. I don't sleep, and like, What was it? I think it was. I don't even remember the name, but that gave me a phobia for mirrors at night. So
The mirror, like the one with where there's like a demon or something in the mirror, and when you look in
yeah,
the mirror, yeah. As I
I don't
watched
know what
that
it's
when I was like
called.
10. I didn't even watch it. My parents were watching it, and like I went down for water or something and saw it, and then I couldn't look in the mirror for like 2 years.
I think it's Sinister.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, it did not end well.
Fair.
There were
No, the one I
actually
watched, I think, was called Mirror.
Yeah, no, I actually the worst one in that sense that I watched was Grave Encounters. Like I can do Saw movies, with blood and gore, no problem. I don't care about that, but ghosts and that kind of shit, I'm out.
I'm the
I
same.
don't deal well with that kind of stuff. So I watched the trailer for Grave Encounters, and I literally slept poorly for a week, and that was just the trailer. That was like 2 minutes. But me and my curiosity decided, well, I am kind of curious now, so let's watch it. And so then me and my now ex-boyfriend watched it, and it was like the worst decision I ever made. And like at one point we were watching it at his grandma's place, and she had the type of bed you can like fold up against the wall that has like a little what's it called, like a shelf over it that had stuff on it. So we were watching it, and we were sitting completely still, and it was like right before a jump scare, and something fell over on that shelf. So cue me just breaking out into a sweat, just being all terrified. It was overall not a great experience, and at one point I watched away to just like not look at it. I accidentally watched into the mirror and saw it regardless. So all in all, it was not a success. And after like 2 years, I did work up the courage to actually watch the sequel, which also wasn't a success. So
I love how you're like, it traumatized me, so I went back for more.
it's like curiosity. Like they say curiosity killed the cat, but in my case, it might actually kill me sometime.
Well, Tafty has a recommendation then. Piers Anthony is a bit before your time, but he's a creepy old man whose books made me feel uncomfortable when I was younger, when I was too young to understand why. There are definitely topics that make me uncomfortable.
I read the entire Incarnations of Immortality by Piers Anthony when I was in college because I hung out with people that were older than me and they liked that series. In hindsight, I didn't notice anything because I wasn't looking for anything, but there is one horror book that he wrote called Firefly, where the monster uses pheromones to relax its victims before it sucks out their insides like a straw. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure like there are some like really like conflicting things that I probably didn't notice at the time.
Damn, that's dark.
Yeah.
I've never heard of. Well, Firefly. I've only heard of that. There's like a TV show that has, I think, nothing to do with this book, but that's the only Firefly I've heard of.
Yeah, Piers Anthony wrote like he wasn't big on horror. He wrote the Xanth series, I believe, like which was big on puns. Pretty much like there's a shoe tree, there's actual shoes on the tree, like like just a bunch of, it's very pun stuff. But yeah, so I've only like read the series once, and I liked it when I read it, but then again, like I said, I wasn't looking for the weird stuff in it. And the Firefly thing like was just weird as weird, like was the weirdest thing I'd ever encountered. So I wasn't looking for anything like, but bad in that either. But I've heard other people review his stuff and they said it was like very misogynistic if you were to like to read it now.
Fair enough.
So that was one critique I heard about it. I'm sure if I went back and read it, I probably would figure out like all the bad stuff in it. But
yeah, I feel like also like the sensibilities changed so much. Even from this 2012 book I read, I'm like, if someone wrote that today, people would be mad. But because it was read at a time, it was kind of normal. So it's almost like, is the author bad for saying that when everyone was saying it? I don't know, but
just look at Agatha Christie books. I mean, there's blatant racism in her books, because that was the norm back then, I guess. Yeah. So, I mean, I still think in that sense, like in the sense of plot and how the guy figures out everything, her books are great. But yeah, I mean, she definitely had some convictions that didn't held up well through time. I mean, yeah. Just look at the original title for And Then There Were None. And then what it was changed to before it was changed to And Then There Were None.
I don't actually know what it was changed to firstly, but I know the original.
It was then changed to 10 Little Indians.
Oh, I thought that was the original.
No, the original was...
Oh, right. Now I remember. Yeah.
I think it was changed to like 10 Little Indians pretty quickly. But yeah.
And Then There Were None is such much better title anyway.
Yeah.
It's such a good title.
Yeah, and I think they also changed it in the poem, because the poem in the book is like now 10 Little Soldier Boys.
Yeah. I remember reading that and loving it, but that was quite a few years ago. But it's a good book.
They made like a mini series of 3 episodes, and it has what's he called? I am terrible at names today. Just a second. Aidan Turner, the guy who played Keeley in The Hobbit.
Oh.
As one of the main characters. And it's actually a really enjoyable adaptation, I think. It also has what's the guy called? Charles Dance, the guy who played Tywin Lannister.
Oh, I must look that up.
If you can find it somewhere, I think the adaptation is actually really enjoyable. It's 3 episodes. And it does diverge from the book a little bit, but I still think overall it was a pretty good and also like true to the book adaptation. They changed some things, but that's the things they changed was mostly done because of like basically like cultural changes, I guess, or like because in the poem one is killed by, I believe, like a big bear. And at the time, like the old clocks, like the big tall standing clocks, they were referred to as an old bear, but none of our generation would get that. So that's like one of the things they changed, basically.
Nice. It's on the BBC iPlayer, so I might pick it up when I finish my New Girl actually maybe next weekend. Thanks for the recommendation. I've been thinking that book feels like it would make a good movie or a show, but
yeah,
honestly, I just love like a good like a murder mystery movie. Although I used to think I really liked the Train Orient Express. Murder on the
Orient Express.
And then I rewatched it like a year ago. I was like, it's actually pretty bad. But when I watched it for the first time, I was like, this is amazing.
I actually thought the Murder on the Orient Express was not as bad as Death on the Nile, which pains me to say because I love Egypt.
I love that one too, but I don't know if I would love it if I rewatched it. But it made me want to like go on a cruise on the Nile.
Yeah, I did that, and that's why it bothered me so much because they got so much wrong. There's like they actually we have like the big temple Abu Simbel. They actually got that historically right in that it is, in their time, it's not where it currently is because they literally cut that entire temple up into pieces, moved it, and then put it back together like a giant jigsaw puzzle because they were going to build like a dam. So it was going to be flooded. And because of historical, significance, they just moved the entire temple. They literally just cut it up into chunks and moved it. And they got that right. But then they proceeded to get the entire interior of the temple wrong. Like they had like second floors and whatnot. Like there are no second floors. It's vast. It's a big temple, but it's mostly just one floor. I mean, it goes up and down a little bit. You have some, inclines and everything, but there's no second floor. Like, come on, what?
Damn. I have no clue. I've never been to Egypt, but it looked cool. It looks cool. Let's go with it.
Yeah, just doing like one of those Nile cruises is the most relaxing thing ever, because you would literally do like an excursion in the morning and then go back to your hotel and just sit by the pool all day while your hotel just sails to your next destination.
Nice.
It's great.
Yeah, that sounds great. Okay, let me just catch up. I have certainly read a few series when I really was YA that I wouldn't want to go anywhere near nowadays. Well, before I knew any better, highly misogynistic. Took a while before I realized. Back then, I was devouring books, being just a kid with lots of spare time and an actual library that I read shelves of books in their SFF questions section. Nowadays, it feels like there are bajillions of new books coming out all the time, so I ought to be able to read my specific niche interest, but discovering the books and finding time is hard. For sure.
And yes, that adaptation does have Sam Neill in it, too.
Nice. Is this regarding the denial one, or
I have no idea.
is David Sasha the person who used to play Poirot?
Yeah, no, it's the new one with
Yeah. Of the mustache for days.
What's he called? The guy who played Lockhart in Harry Potter. I cannot do names today. It's terrible.
I don't know.
Murder on the Orient Express. Kenneth Branagh. Thank you.
That's
Yes.
Tufty got his next commitment read lined up, like Hannah's Free, and I know what I want to read next, The Immortality Thief, but I am tempted to prioritize One Dark Window.
I mean, you could definitely read something that's already on your shelf, or you could completely go completely rogue and just go get Empire of Silence and read that one. I mean, that's an option too.
Is that the
I feel like
series?
there's an agenda here.
What, Femke?
Is that the one where you're currently on book 4?
Yeah, I'm like about 70 pages into book 4, and I'm gonna be hopefully getting back to that one pretty soon. So
yeah,
because April's book 6, and then 7's supposed to be the last one. So yeah,
Gonna check if my library has it. That'd be nice.
Did you also watch the latest Poirot movie, Gabby?
I did. We actually went to the movie, to the cinema, and I had a good time. This is the thing with these movies. The first time, at least, I just have a good time. If you don't have your expectations too high, I think it's fun.
I actually thought, especially in terms of atmosphere, the third one was definitely the best, and also in character exploration, I guess. Especially with Poirot himself. So I've watched that one one time, but I actually really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think if someone really big Poirot fan, then I can see how the character's not faithful to the books. And I've read a couple of them, but I don't care that much. They were fine. But
they're just enjoyable to watch, yeah.
Yeah, it was just its own thing to me. It's a very good option. I hear it's very good, The Empire of Silence. We have a hardcore fan.
See, it's not just me that recommends it. So whether or not I plot, you can be persuaded by multiple people.
Is it by Christopher? Is that the one by Christopher Ruocchio or something?
Yes.
How do I pronounce that?
I don't know. Maybe Ruccio? I don't know.
I have no idea.
Rocio? I don't know. I just know he has a R name. So
yeah, Christopher R.
Yeah,
just Christopher R.
No, my library doesn't have it. It's okay. One day. I'm planning on clearing my commitment reads 2 more books after I finish today's effort and then going onto a sci-fi binge. I say I'm gagging for some spaceships.
It is a slow burn, but it's worth it, and it's like so rich in politics and culture and just like a lot of different things and spaceship travel. Like that's one of the things I love about it. There's a lot of spaceship travel like from planet to planet like throughout the book. So yeah.
Spaceships. There you go.
Is it also a sentient spaceship? Or is there like an AI?
No, unfortunately. Well, there's our homunculuses, and there's some like really interesting kind of like supercomputers like that were from like the age before this one that like, you know, kind of, but I'm not going to go too much into that because there's a lot tied to that. So
Yeah.
Well, Tufty's ready for the slow burn, so bring it on.
yeah.
Too fast.
What else do you need me to tell you to read this book? I don't know what else to tell you.
I mean, he cares.
It's 7 books. It's 7 books. It's not going to be super fast.
And they're big books, and the writing's not big in them. So I mean, they're a time investment. I'm not sad about the time I spent.
And that's the most important. I'm gonna have a look. How many paperbacks do they have out? We know Tufty cares about that, so. Okay.
Actually, yes. So I read The Lesser Devil, which is in between book 1 and 2. And I read The Queen Amid Ashes, which is in between book 2 and 3. And those were okay. My problem is like they're short stories, so like they're just kind of like from like one of their travels. And actually, The Lesser Devil, which is the one between 1 and 2, is about his brother and not him. But I liked it because it kind of like his brother was a big, like was a pretty good portion like of his childhood. So it was nice to see kind of like where that had progressed, like because like it by the time we get back to his brother, it's already been like hundreds of years since they had seen each other. Like everybody, like the paladins in this world like are genetically superior, and because like they're able like to modify genetics, like they live for hundreds of years. Now not everybody in the society is like that, but it's kind of great because this like I think by the time like by book 3 he's like already like around 300 or 400 years old, maybe older. As a lot of times passed because like they sleep cryogenically like when they're going from place to place, so there's also like that gap too. So he's actually extending the story by cryogenically freezing them in between space travel. So because some of these places take like 20-30 years to get to, maybe more in the galaxy.
Well, Tufty already has 5 paperbacks, so
you're all set. See?
Where'd you get your short story?
I got it from Amazon. Like they had a couple in paperback, and I wanted since I have the actual books, like they're not hardcover or anything, but
nice.
And actually, the majority I've found, like there's a lot of short stories for like this universe on Audible. Nice. But I really like but I'm really like partial like to the meat of the story. Like I don't think you need all of those, but I'm really partial to like to the more of the meat of the story, because the 2 short stories that I read, I enjoyed them, but like I didn't enjoy them the way I enjoyed the actual books.
I just checked. Also, you're a big Sun Eater nerd, and that's awesome.
Thank you. I think it's awesome too.
Yeah, I just checked on Amazon. It's like £11 for a paperback. What's happening?
Wow. Yeah.
But £5 for the ebook, so.
Oh.
But yeah, that's a bit harsh.
Yeah,
maybe because it's adults.
The first paperback's like €11 for me, but then I have like the third one here, which is €15. So depends a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Harsh. But I think it's because they're adult and like thick. That's fair. Sometimes like the novellas are like necessary, but sometimes they're just fluff, and I'm always like, yeah.
Also, Hadrian Marlowe is a gentleman and a scholar, like literally, and I would marry him in real life. Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're selling it.
Thanks. I'm trying. But yeah, I really like the main character. Like he's just, I don't know. Like
So
he's really
are we just, going towards heading towards a course where the Sun Eater is going to be our next series, in which we're going to just read it for the next year and a half at our pace?
Yeah, 7 books plus short stories.
Oh yeah, we do like taking our time. It's
Yeah.
true.
We almost never stay on track.
We barely finish. We have such poor completion rates. Kira's pretty good at that, to be fair. But
What, completing?
like the series that we start, because I
Oh,
feel like
yeah.
we start them
I
and
think
we're
you
like,
actually finished most of them,
okay.
Kira.
Well, actually, I did not finish the Jade the what was it?
Green
The
Bone
Jade,
Saga.
Yeah, Greenbone.
yeah, the Green Bone, and then like that short story like one that we did like with the mecha girl or whatever.
Mm,
Yeah,
I didn't finish. I read through the first 2 and I didn't finish the last one. And honestly, I'm questioning whether or not I even want to finish it because I thought it was going to be a lot better than what it was. And I'm like, I have so many other things to read. I don't even know, but like I'm also curious to know how it finishes too. So I'm conflicted.
I remember that one, like the short stories one, based on like the reviews I read, like what we were talking about, like, the book was just going into a certain direction. I decided, no, I'm going to go hard left here. And then what I read from like spoiler reviews in the second book, it just decided to go straight back to its original plan and just let that entire plot just kind of go. It's like, what?
Yeah, that's the thing though, because we like start, and if we don't like it, then it's like, why waste your time reading, right? But
No.
then we had some good times, like Malice. So
I think we did. Well, I DNF'd, but overall we did finish the series.
the Lock Clans.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually really liked. Okay, I didn't like book 3 as much as book 1, but still, I thought it was pretty good. But it's another, like you mentioned, like one that starts in such a wildly different place than it ends up, which was like okay, but very different.
I'm still mad about Clay, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I'm still mad about it.
He was the best of us and the worst of us.
Yeah. I actually told Esme, like, you can read Foundry Side, but if you want to continue, I'll spoil the rest for you, because don't. Because our reading tastes are just so similar that there's like, I feel like a 98% chance that she's going to feel exactly the same way as I did.
That's fair. I would say start the Sun Eater series, because knowing us, it might take a minute. I actually know our next one. Oh, I will say, Kira, you're responsible for all our ideas. You always come with so many recommendations. So we're probably gonna read something that you want to read, because you just have all the recommendations. But I am excited about Killing Moon. I think that'll be good.
I enjoyed that one. That's like why I'm really tempted to reread that before. Yeah, I really liked it.
Little key boy.
Yeah.
Oh. Do you want to do one last one, or are you happy to call it a night? I'm happy to do whatever.
It's 4:30. I'm probably gonna want to start making dinner soon because I like to have dinner early, like on the weekends, so like that I can be full and then like nap by 7 o'clock.
Nice.
Start napping, or like I don't know, watch TV like before bed or whatever. Like
I mean, we have been going for nearly 5.5 hours, so
Yeah.
I'm very fine to call it a night. I need to take off my makeup. I was filming a video this morning, that's why I have it on, but I'm not used to having like mascara on my eyes.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, so please join us for the Killing Moon. You still have so much time to read. So we're likely going to talk about it on the 7th of April.
Yeah,
That's what I'm hearing.
So. And we will also schedule a drinking day where we just hang out and drink some wine, because that'd be cool. Maybe I can get like a strobe light in here or something.
Ooh, party.
How do you feel about Eurovision? How about let's do that on Eurovision night?
When's that?
It's in May sometimes. I never know.
Depends, because like I don't have vacation for a while and I don't want to call out to work drunk.
No, so the first semi-final is on the 7th of May, and then the second semi-final is on the 9th of May, and then like the final is on Saturday, the 11th of May.
Saturday's good.
But it starts at 9 p.m. our time, so I reckon that.
I don't know because sometimes I work like half a day on Saturday, so I don't
Yeah.
know if
I
that'll
mean, to
work.
be right, that's quite a while away, so we can
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
I always make time for Eurovision. Eurovision is life.
I
Like
haven't seen it in so many years.
Oh no, I'm in full on Eurovision mode. I'm just very much checking out like all the songs and keeping eyes on the odds and everything and picking favorites.
And Pons always does so poorly.
Mhm.
That's the point.
Yeah, last year was something else.
Last year was interesting. This is very European, Kira, but it is an experience, I think, worth experiencing.
Mm.
Oh, I mean, same.
Mhm.
My only in real life reading friend is Helen, who I have met through YouTube. So we just happen to live in the same area of London. So thankfully we like connected like that. Well, Femke, you have Esme, which is nice.
Yes.
Nice. Yes, continue on. Hopefully you can finish. Oh.
I hate the stigma on the whole, and I'm just gonna say like one thing about this because it really burns me. But like we're literally watching a genocide, and people who are speaking out about this are getting stigmatized because of the grip that Israel has, because like they're able to afford lobbyists in pretty much any place that they have are presence in. So that's what I'm going to say about that, because yeah, that's ridiculous.
I'm still hoping they get banned, because I think it's ridiculous that Russia is getting banned for invading Ukraine, but Israel's still being allowed to perform with a very iffy song, to be fair.
But they're not even European. What
No, but Australia is also participating, and Australia is also very much not Europe. So in that sense, I've let that go.
Yeah.
I've stopped letting that baffle me why they even participate in the first place.
Yeah, but you're right. If Russia gets banned, I should get banned 100%.
Yeah.
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 Oh, Eurovision parties. Kidding.
Yeah, university, when we were all living in Groningen, we used to do it as well. Just all get together and watch Eurovision together. And it was always such good fun, because one friend of mine was always for like the power ballads, and I was always about the weird songs.
Yeah,
like
Germany always delivers with the weird.
Yeah. Yeah, last year the weird almost won. Almost.
Honestly, I always just well, my last Eurovision like band, I'm like, oh why? It's like Maneskin. But besides that, I've not watched it in years.
Yeah, Måneskin was one of the years that weird won, like the non-super mainstream things. And
But they're like
last
a popular
year,
band now.
yeah, they got all their well, not all, but they really got a boost from Eurovision. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I'm still mad Finland didn't win last year.
Fair enough.
I don't watch it. Like, and the first thing that I was reminded by, like when you mentioned Eurovision, was the movie with Will Ferrell on Netflix, because I actually really love that movie.
It's such a good movie. It's like such a feel-good movie, and also the music slaps. I love it. I want to now I want to rewatch it.
I love the ending song. Oh my god.
I was like, double trouble, double trouble.
I know, but like it's bad in such a great way though. Like it's so good.
I know. You know that song that the Russian dude sings?
Yeah.
The Lion of Love.
Yeah.
I rewatched it recently. It was so funny. Oh man. Maybe we should just do a Eurovision movie also watch party.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
That would be very fun. But it's such a winter movie.
Mm-hmm.
Which one is it?
You know what Will Farrell one with Rachel McAdams? I've never seen it. If you've never seen it, you have to watch.
It's on Netflix.
It's
What's
brilliant.
it called? What's it called?
Eurovision.
Oh, it's literally called Eurovision.
It's really good.
It's so good. And if you watch it, you have to tell us what you thought.
The story of
plenty weird
Fire
music.
Saga. What?
I was surprised. I'm not a huge Will Ferrell fan in general. Like I liked him in Elf and maybe a couple other things, but in general, not a huge Will Ferrell fan. But I felt like this was a good movie for him. He actually did pretty well.
Oh, is that where the Ya Ya Ding Dong came from?
Yep.
Oh, I finally get the reference.
Ding dong, ding dong.
I want Ya Ya Ding Dong. No more Ya Ya Ding Dong. I want Ya Ya Ding Dong.
I think
It's
last
so
year
funny,
when
Franske. You will love it. It's such a love letter
last
to
year when the
Eurovision.
juries announced their points, the one from Iceland actually just had an entire thing with like Ya Ya Ding Dong.
Really? I didn't know.
And I didn't really get it.
No, it's so funny. It's a really good movie. And it's like a love letter to Eurovision because Will Ferrell's wife is like European. I don't remember from where. But he watched Eurovision with her and he was like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
And he made a whole movie about it.
Yeah, Eurovision is a vibe. Let's just put it like that. Just like, don't take it too seriously. Just enjoy it for what it is, you know?
Exactly. And that's what the movie is. It's just so happy. And the Russian guy, he's like, he was in something else. I don't know. I love him. He is just amazing. Oh, Mother Russia. Oh. Well, it came out before the war too, but it was fun. It's funny. I would recommend. Okay.
I think like it's about 4 or 5 years old now.
Yeah, I know, which feels shocking. Like,
Yeah.
feels like it just came out.
Release date was June 26th, 2020.
Yep.
4 years.
It's a fun movie though. I liked it.
Me
And I
too.
rewatch it from time to time because like I just love that ending song so much. I don't think she's actually singing it. I'm pretty sure she's not.
No,
But
it's someone else.
yeah, it's just really good.
Yeah, it's really good. I am gonna rewatch that now. That is a really good movie. All right, should we say goodbye?
We should probably, yes.
Okay, so we'll see you on the 7th. Look out for the comms.
Yes.
Let's do the awkward wave now.
Just smile and wave, guys. Smile
Princess.
and wave.